it ever.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting of council for Monday, May 30th, 2022 to order. And first, I'd just like to acknowledge that Councillor Carrier has sent regrets. Councillor Hamlin is joining us. She is joining us remote, and the rest of us are here in chambers this afternoon. We're going to be commencing with the first part of our meeting, which will be in camera, and then the second half at 5 this afternoon for the regular meeting. And with that, I'll read in the adoption of the agenda. And an addendum went out on Friday afternoon. It's specific to item 14.1.1, public feedback added, specific to the BIA Archway feedback. So the item is 2.1, motion to adopt the agenda that the content of the council agenda for May 30th, 2022 be adopted as amended. And I just read that in. Could I have a mover and a seconder? I've got the acting Deputy Mayor McLeod and Councillor Doherty. All those in favor? And it is carried. Thank you. Going around the table, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest specific to the agenda or past? Yes, Councillor Jaffrey.
So thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. I would typically be declaring a conflict with respect to the Culbert estate, but after 11 years on the board, I have taken leave of that board, and I'm no longer on it, and I am not the full-time bookkeeper anymore. So I have no conflict going forward, just so everyone is clear why I'm not declaring this evening. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you for the clarity. I do have a conflict, and it's a conflict that arose from the meeting on May the 16th. I was absent for that meeting. It's specific to the in-camera portion of the meeting. The item was 4.1, and it had to do with the Ontario Land Tribunal update that you as members of council received, specific to 12 4th Street West. I have consistently declared a conflict as it relates to that matter. And as per our code, even though we are absent from a particular meeting, and in this case I was, it's still our responsibility to declare the conflict and report it online, which I have. So with that said,
Right.
Yes, sir.
14.1, the BIA Archway feedback. I
Yes.
recuse myself because I'm a long-time business owner in the downtown, and we were chatting about giving the BIA money, and so I will step up.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Madigan. And of course, if something arises through the course of this afternoon and into the evening, you know the drill. Thank you. Then moving forward to item number 4, the in-camera portion this afternoon. 4.1, whereas the clerk hereby concurs the reasons for the in-camera session have been duly reviewed and considered, and the matters are authorized under the exception provisions to conduct a closed session in accordance with the Municipal Act prior to proceeding into closed session. Therefore, be it resolved that this council proceeds in camera in order to address a matter pertaining to the security of the property of the town or local board, items B and E, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including town or local board employee, that is item C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposal of land for town or local board purposes, that's item B, labor relations or employee negotiations, item C, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the town or local board, that is item A, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for the purpose A, D, and E, and a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group, or persons or organization. That is item E. A position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. That's item A and E. Items for discussion. A is the OLT updates specific to Blackmore Gates. B, an accommodation plan. C, a personnel matter. D, the Cuthbert Estate. And E, the new Tecumseh Water Agreement negotiations. Negotiations. I'll look for a mover and a seconder. I've got Councillor Jeffrey and I've got Councillor Madigan. Are there any questions from the floor before we call the vote? Okay. Seeing none, I will call the question. Those in the affirmative, and that's carried unanimously. Before we rise to move next door to go in camera, I'm just going to ask the clerk, for those watching along, do we anticipate a rise and report this afternoon?
Through your worship, yes, we may have a rise in report.
Perfect. Okay. So with that said, then we will rise and we'll move next door to our in-camera portion and then come back at the conclusion. Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We are coming out of in camera, and I'll look for somebody to table a motion to rise from in camera this afternoon. So moved by Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod, seconded by Councillor Madigan. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously, and the time this afternoon is 4:27 p.m. We've had good discussion with regards to the 5 items in terms of, or the reasons and why we went in camera. And we do have one specific item to give direction, and I'll put it on the floor, and that is that Council received this memo for information. It's regarding 4.3, the personnel matter, and that Council herein instruct a rise and report motion be considered by Council to change the contract position for the financial analyst to a permanent position effective July the 1st, 2022. And if I could, I'd like to have somebody move that. Councillor Jeffrey, seconder, Councillor Doherty. And again, we've had good discussion, so I will table the question. All those in the affirmative, and it's carried unanimously. And with that said, I will then look to adjourn our meeting to 5 p.m. this afternoon. It's recess, yes. Okay. Council, I'd like to welcome everyone back from our recess. This is a continuation of the May 30th, 2022 meeting. We started at 2 this afternoon. We had a lengthy in-camera, very productive, and I'd like to move forward. I just want to bring people up to speed on a couple of minor changes since we started at 2. So one is not a change, but just a reminder that Councillor Carrier sends his regrets this evening, and Councillor Hamlin joins us via Zoom this evening, and the balance are here in the chambers. Number 2, with Council's indulgence to assist with staffing this evening, I'd like to take, and the reason I'm asking is because we've already approved the agenda for tonight, but the item 14.2.1, which was the update from our library CEO, I'd like to move that up to and before our water update. So it effectively would become, I guess, 9.0 this evening. So if that's okay, we'll look to do that. And that helps with an accommodation for staff, which would be appreciated. So, with the resumption of council, I will first turn to Councillor Doherty, and if you would be kind enough to bring the land acknowledgement tonight, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Chair. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabek, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Doherty. I'd like to then turn to item number 6 on the agenda, and that is the adoption of the minutes. The regular meeting of council held May 16th, 2022, that the minutes of the council meeting held May 16th, 2022 be approved as presented. Can I have a mover and a seconder? I'm looking at Councillor Doherty and Councillor Madigan, and all those in favor, and that's voted in the affirmative unanimously. Thank you. Business arising from the previous minutes. As the comment was made prior at the outset of the meeting, I'll just bring it up at this point, and that is that under item 3, which is declarations of pecuniary interest, I declared a conflict on May 16th. I was not in attendance at the meeting, but as per our rules of conduct, the matter was relates to item 4.1, the Ontario Land Tribunal update for 4th Street West. And that was part of the closed session. And I've been involved and have declared conflicts consistently throughout that matter. And again, although I was not present at the meeting, I am declaring that conflict and have registered as such. With that said, then I will start to go around the horn with community announcements. Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod, you're up.
Thank you. As a councillor, I was pleased to attend the opening, or the unveiling, I guess, of the Georgian Triangle Humane Society's new home, which, for anyone who doesn't know, is on Sanford Fleming Drive. And they have a huge, beautiful, amazing plan for what they are calling the Regional Center for People and Pets. So there's much, much more to it than just the pound. There's an awful lot, and I would encourage anyone to check out their plans and behave accordingly. Taking off my councillor hat, putting on acting deputy mayor hat, I had the honor of bringing greetings and thanks yesterday to the folks at the Hike and Bike for Hospice, the event at the curling club. It started at the curling club. People biked and hiked all around town and then ended up at the curling club. And I'm amazed to report that $176,000 was raised for hospice services in Collingwood. $39,000 of it, if I might toot the curling club's horn, just a little bit by Margot's Motivators, which is the team that was led by Margot Brandeth. And taking off my deputy mayor or acting deputy mayor hat and putting on my chair of the NVCA hat, I would like to invite everyone to take advantage of the free parking at Conservation Authority trails and hiking trails for the week of June 1 to 7. It is a happy coincidence that the parking provider is being changed at the NVCA. We approved that last week, and so the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority will be using hot spot parking starting the first week of June, and so between Wednesday and then, parking will be free. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I know it's inconsistent, but I'm going to go over here, back across here. So Councillor Doherty, please go ahead.
Thank you. The Be the Change film series, season 14, will kick off tomorrow night at the Collingwood Brewery, which is on Sanford Fleming Drive, with the film Two Orcas with Love. You can get more information and sign up for tickets, because you must purchase tickets in advance at btc.watershedtrust.ca, and the tickets are $12. And then if I can also just dovetail on to Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod's remarks in regard to hike and bike for hospice, we really must pass praise on to Parks and Rec, because I heard nothing but praise about their responsiveness to getting the event set up and getting the trails into tip-top shape. So hats off to all of those in Parks and Recs that made that happen. And then just one final note, that I did attend the virtual meeting on Thursday to discuss the potential creation of an ongoing board for physician recruitment this would involve 6 municipalities between Owen Sound and Clearview Township. And I'd be happy to report under other business if we're not too late this evening, or I can save it for SIC.
Great, thank you. Councillor Madigan.
Oh, thank you very much for recognizing me. I feel good. Wrestling is back in Collingwood Saturday, June 4th at the Curling Club. Wrestling night in Collingwood, number 9, the Georgian Bay Brawl. What's really good about this is the owners of this company give 100% of the proceeds back to the Special Olympics. And I think that's always forgotten. And through COVID, we lost a couple of years on this. We have a lot of great local sponsors. And tickets are available here in Collingwood at 135 here on Terrace Street. Played Against Sports. The Andersons never stopped giving to this community, and they're continuing to do it in this way. And in Wasaga Beach, Mini Majors Pharmacy, 14 Ramberwood Drive. I believe that's at the far end of Wasaga. I'm getting affirmative from Marion, so thank you very much. So there's a 20-man battle royal, and it's a good event. Ringside seats are $20, first 3 rows, and general admission is $15. And once again, thank you for all the sponsors, and we really appreciate the organizer of this. He does a great thing in our community and never asks for praise. He's been doing this for well over 10 years. And so thank you very much, John. We appreciate you.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing further. My colleagues have done a superb job.
Okay. Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hull. I have 2 announcements this evening. The first one is our Collingwood Paddling Club, which, as we know, is our supporter and developer of recreational and competitive paddling sports in our town, was pleased to host its first regatta this weekend, and they welcomed 80 young kayakers and canoers in a 4-kilometer race. They're hoping to make it an annual event, and I have heard from the club's commodore that they are thanking the town for their support in showcasing our beautiful waterfront and harbor. The second item I wanted to mention is that it is Bike to School Week as well as Bike to Work Week. and that if someone who would like to snap a photo of their journey to school or work and post it on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram using Seawood Bike Month and tag Experience Collingwood, they can win a $50 gift certificate to their choice of businesses in Collingwood. And they have to be posted by June the 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamlin. I don't have any announcements specifically, but I just wanted to first, I was remiss in not acknowledging the fact that we have guests with us in the audience tonight, which is great to see. It's a welcome change from the environment that we have been working with for the past couple of years. Two is to piggyback up on some of the comments. This weekend within the community, whether it be the regatta that was on the water, whether it happened to be the bands that were out at the Collingwood Brewery on Friday and Saturday, whether it was the farmers market, the community felt like it had a vibe to it that we have not seen and heard and been able to participate in some time. And it was great to see, and I hope that we can carry that momentum forward. And with that, I appreciate the efforts around the table. I was away for a couple of days, and many of you were able to represent either officially or unofficially the town of Collingwood at specific events. So around the table, I express my thanks for doing so. And lastly, this week, Councillor Jeffrey, you are headed to Regina to the FCM conference. You have been a stalwart representing not only the municipality, but municipalities in general. You are seeking re-election, and I want to extend on behalf of everyone here, and I know others, including staff, all the best in seeking re-election and continued representation of our community and the work that you've done, because there were years where we stepped away, and you and others have returned to AMO, for example, and the public doesn't recognize the value and the return that we get from the work that you've done, and it's greatly appreciated. So all the best this week as you travel to Regina.
Thank you for that. I will do my best.
Okay. And we have one final special announcement, and anytime there are men and women in uniform, it draws attention. So I'm going to turn to our CAO for an introduction and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hull. Well, it's not that often that staff have a highlight in the community announcements, but a very recent meeting, Council approved the bylaw that names Dan Thurman as our fire chief starting on July 1st. And Chief Parr says that I'm not to talk too much about him at this meeting, but I will say that his work on succession planning within the fire department has meant that after a competition, we have an amazing continuity and expertise in our department's leadership. So I'm hoping that we can have Chief Parr say a couple of words about our incoming Chief Thurman, and then maybe incoming Chief Thurman may say a couple of words to the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you for those kind words. Is that okay with volume? Perfect. Through you, Your Worship, and I cannot not say that. I respect this chamber so much that process and protocol really means a lot to me. It's great seeing everybody here tonight. It's different seeing you live. 13 years ago, I arrived in Collingwood, and it was pretty exciting. I actually stood up here and was introduced by the mayor at the time. It's been a good road. It hasn't been a bad road. Very excited to changes that have happened in Collingwood, the fire service, everything and every part of the town. The one thing that meant a lot to me when I first started, Dan come up to me and said, any help you need, just ask. And he was the president of the union. We developed a relationship over the time, and in 2017, when I was made chief, Dan became the deputy chief. Who would imagine along comes COVID, 2020. Changed everything. Changed how we did business in the fire service. Changed what I was doing, and I'm lucky that I had somebody like Dan beside me to be able to take over the roles when I wasn't there, or when I was in meetings with doctors that I never thought I'd be in, or trying to understand some of the stuff with the county meetings with CAOs that I was invited to. So it was a different world, but I knew that the fire department was in good hands. So it's a real honor to introduce my friend, my colleague, Chief Dan Thurman. So.
This seems different now, being on this, but thank you through your worship. I was just thinking, what a night to have this, the hottest night of the year, and I'm wearing this, but I shouldn't complain because I am a firefighter, so I better stop right now. First, I'd like to say congratulations to Chief Parr on his retirement. 33 years of dedicated service. I think he's earned it. He brought leadership to this department, dedication, and it's going to be a big void to fill. I know he's ready. He's got 2 grandkids that are keeping him very busy going forward. And I do have more, but I'm going to wait for his retirement party to speak more on that. I would like to thank CEO Skinner, Council, for this appointment. I'm very honored, even more so because I'm a local boy, born and raised here. I started my career almost 28 years ago as a volunteer, then as a firefighter, then as acting captain, deputy, and now next month, chief. I'm very honored. I love the department. I'm very dedicated to it. I got to spend 22 years working with my brother and some of my best friends over the years. And I know I got big shoes to fill with this man, and I will definitely try my hardest. I'm looking forward to working with all of you. And again, thank you. And congrats on your retirement, and you've done a really great job. Well done.
Soon to be Fire Chief Thurman, I fully respect that you are reserving your comments for Chief Parr when you are off camera, off mic, and can be a little bit more colorful. I'm sure that there'll be a lot of good fun and levity shared, because I know that the two of you do share a special bond. I just would very like to share a brief comment and then certainly open it up to others if they would like to say something. And that is, we have a presentation coming up from our CEO from the library, and we have the two of you before us tonight. Chief Parr, I shared with you, maybe prior to COVID, I'm not sure, a photo of my great-grandfather at the York Road station in Hamilton. And it was he and a couple of other officers that were standing on a truck that would probably be no bigger than your Ford Ranger. And it was one of the first trucks that they had purchased for that particular station. And it was, one, just interesting to see the evolution. But the reason I mentioned the library is that the reality is that our library is really a community center that houses a library and offers so much more to our community above and beyond. And the same is true with the fire service. If we look at the history of the fire service and where you've come from, you know, the original function is still a part, but it's a small part of what you do. And the service that you provide to the community day in, day out, in terms of your education, in terms of being role models, in terms of just being there as first responders. But it must be recognized that as a career, you truly have evolved. And I know that changing hands from one to the next, that you will continue to take the level of professionalism to the next level, that the officers and the firefighters that work within our department who respect you will continue to work hard for you and work hard for the residents of Collingwood. And we're greatly appreciative to see this continuity within our own department. So congratulations. Okay. Thank you. Would anyone else like to? Please.
I usually try to add levity to every situation, but not this one. Ross, thank you very much. You made it really easy to serve for the past 8 years. You've always been there to answer, and I really appreciated all the help along the way. And Dan, and I've known Dan forever, so I know Dan is wary of the shoes he has to fill, but I'm confident, brother, you're going to do it. So enjoy your retirement after 33 years, and after 28 years, do not think about retirement in the next 5. Oh, yeah. I did throw a little bit of levity in there, but do not. All right. Enjoy, my friend, and welcome. Welcome.
All said. Anyone else? We're good. Okay. Again, thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. Next on the agenda, we've got deputations, and we do have one this evening. It's item 8.1, and it is specific to the 2022 BIA budget. And our BIA General Manager, Sue Nicholson, is with us. And Sue, I'll ask you to come. Well, you are already forward, so the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chris has a PowerPoint to share just to, this is very similar to the presentation that was made to our AGM, to our membership. The next slide the next couple of slides just highlight some of the accomplishments and highlights of 2021 as part of our annual report. Certainly COVID-19 continued to impact programming and initiatives. However, there were successful events that were able to be presented with protocols in place, and there were successful grant applications that have resulted in a positive financial outcome. Of course, that we're still working with the Treasury Department on the 2021 financials and final audit. Certainly some of the specific accomplishments I'd like to highlight is the final phase of the Main Street Modernization Project that we undertook in collaboration with the town of Collingwood, with the installation of pedestrian wayfinding signage in the garden areas throughout downtown and in the off-street parking lots, including QR codes to link to the Discover Collingwood app, and this project also included a much-needed hydro upgrades in our garden areas. And we did, with collaboration of the town and funding from OMAFRA, through their Red Stream, launch the Discover Collingwood app, which will, as we speak to 2022, we're looking at really fine-tuning that and expanding the breadth of that application. After many, many years and great work from our clerk's office, we finally, it's the next slide, sorry, Chris. We finalized the Memorandum of Understanding. It's a working document, a living document. As we work through it, we've already identified some things that we want to clarify, but at least it lays the groundwork for the who does what. We advocated for the downtown business owners with Simcoe County during the new waste management collection rollout, and I think we have succeeded in lessening the impact of that in our downtown, and we're very happy with that work. It was a lot of work, but we're very happy with it. The Active Beautification Committee presented extensive holiday decor, great response to that. We coordinated and implemented the Northwood Laneway Art Mural Project and started the wrapping of the utility boxes with art from our local arts community. We did present a program of successful events and initiatives following the ever-changing COVID-19 health guidelines, including the seasonal farmers market, our downtown Collingwood Christmas market, and the Santa Claus Parade. We also implemented the first ever Fashion Week with great success and great member engagement among that fashion sector. And we developed a robust digital strategy with a new contractor, in addition to an ongoing multifaceted marketing campaign to hopefully drive customers to the downtown core. Some of the 2022 initiatives, and this is separated by the different advisory committees that we have now working with the board. We are continuing to monitor the success of the new MOU as it impacts changes to our relationship with the town. We have secured separate insurance policies that was outlined in the MOU related to public liability and staffing coverage. We continue, as we always do, to monitor staff initiatives that may impact the downtown and the membership, and we would continue to advocate on behalf of our membership. We are identifying potential BIA boundary realignment with the downtown commercial core as we work through the new official plan. And we're working with me to conduct the BIA board elections, which of course are concurrent with council elections, according to the Municipal Act. You'll hear more about this at the Standing Committee, but we are working with the town to implement the Garden Master Plan in collaboration with the town's Green Space and Works Department, and that also brings with it funding from the federal government to implement it. Beautification Committee, we're returning to the Art Chair program again. We're very happy to have that back in place. They should be on the street a little later in June. We're continuing the utility box wrapping featuring local artists. So I think 6 that we've got scheduled. We're going to finish the mural in the Northwood Lane, so it will take us through the fall and winter seasons now. We're enhancing our street pole banner program with the addition of a late summer and fall design. And we're enhancing, of course, the seasonal decor installations. Particularly, we'd like to do more with fall, which I think is an opportune time to be able to do something really special in the downtown. Maintenance committee, we're continuing to work on keeping the street clean. We have a part-time maintenance person that works, he's scheduled about 30 to 35 hours a week, depending on the season. And then the MOU details spring and fall inspections, walkabouts with our town green space and works department to ensure that we keep on top of things that need to be fixed, cleaned, whatever, to work together so that we're doing things on a timely manner. Nice thing about the promotion committee is we're looking at a return to regular events and festivals. We launched the farmers market 2 weekends ago on May 24th weekend. There's no fences, there's no security guards, and we're back to almost normal there. We're able to bring our nonprofits back. The town of Collingwood has a booth there on a regular basis to promote their activities. We're bringing back local live lunch, a robust Canada Day festival. The street pianos will be back on the street. An enhanced fashion week in the fall that was a great success last year. And then the Santa Claus Parade and Christmas launch and Christmas market will continue. Plus, we've budgeted for assistance with third-party events that happen in the downtown core, and we're working with the Pride Committee to enhance the entertainment, to run to encourage our downtown businesses to decorate. So we're running a contest for the Pride decor that they would undertake, and we're also going to have a Pride parade for the first time. We continue with our marketing campaign. It includes traditional print and radio, direct mail, billboards, and digital, including the development of new video and photography assets. And we leverage that with partnerships with the town, such as Patiolicious, and with funding from RTO7 that is able to enhance the development of those assets. We're working with the town and additional funding to enhance the town of that Discovery app so that it will include more events and activities and basically promote the fact that you can find out everything you need to know about what's happening in the community with you by downloading that app. We are updating our website. That should be launched in the next 3 to 4 weeks. And one of the great initiatives that we're looking at is we're going to, if many of you will remember the Downtown Dollars program, which was a paper dollar, there's a company that based in the UK, but they're moving into the North American market. And it is a digital card that acts exactly like at the point of sale, like a credit card or a prepaid gift card, so there's immediate reimbursement to the merchants, which of course is key when you're dealing with a lot of different merchants and individual business people. So we're just working on the launch of that. We've been working with the Treasury Department to make sure that it runs through the town system, but it's in use right now in Burlington, launching in London. Peterborough's had great success with it, and Sudbury as well. So it's really moving through the downtown. Or through the downtown community is in Ontario. The Prince Edward Island Tourism uses it as an initiative to promote traveling in Prince Edward Island. So it's a great platform that we're very excited about. Okay, and then budget. You've been provided with a detailed budget, and I'm quite happy to chat about it. But the levy, just to let you know, is $450,000, which remains at the same level we have had for the last 3 years. So there's no impact to the business community. In fact, there are some additional commercial assessments. So in most cases, they will find it a little less than what they saw in 2021. Of course, we work on sponsorships, our market fees, grant opportunities, and we've budgeted that at $234,500 this year. So the total expenditures we expect will be $684,500. Pleased to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you, General Manager Nicholson. So we do have an item to be tabled that would support the bylaw that would allow you to move forward specifically to the budget. But there were two parts to the presentation. There was sort of a general overview, and then there was maybe some specifics as it would relate to the budget. So I am just, before I table it, I'm just going to open it to the floor and see if there are any members of council that would have maybe some general questions based on the presentation. And I can't count, or Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod.
Thank you. I'm looking at the line item regarding Canada Day and the Platinum Jubilee, and I know we're having an event this coming Thursday in honor of the Queen's Jubilee. I'm assuming those are not connected. Can you give us
They're
a?
not, no. There was opportunity to apply for, there always is money, opportunity to apply for hosting Canada Day events through Canadian Heritage. They also offered an opportunity this year for something that would celebrate the Queen's Jubilee. So, and it could happen anytime. It could be take any format. So what we have, we received $4,000, and that is going to buy new blades that we will putting in the gardens with the poppies that we used to have poppies on all the street poles. Now we have not too many veterans, a whole lot of veterans on the poles, and we've run out of poles. So we love the poppy banners. So this was an opportunity both to recognize our veterans with blades that will be in the gardens, but that will be tied to the Queen's Jubilee celebration.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, there was a time there was pancakes and people on Canada Day. Is that the plan for this year?
Pancakes and cake and citizenship reaffirmation and all of that fun stuff. And fireworks that the town, of course, is
It's all back.
hosting. It's all back. We're going to have fun.
Thank you.
Are you signing up to volunteer?
I can flip a pancake.
Perfect. All right, there you go.
Yes, I'm sure the Optimist Club host it now, which is wonderful because they take the lead on it and they make the dollars on it. But they're always looking for celebrity chefs. And it being an election year, we thought there'd be many.
Sorry, I don't see Councillor Hamlin. Am I? Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Sorry, I
Councillor Jeffrey?
turned off my video by mistake. Here I am.
Okay. Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. Really no questions, just some congratulations. I received even more than typical this past year in terms of what the BIA did in decorating the downtown through the holiday season, and also so many comments on how clean our downtown is in comparison to other communities. So just so you know, that's ongoing, and we do receive those comments, so thank you.
Worked very hard at it.
Councillor Hamlin?
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. I also wanted to just add my thanks to Susan. We are so fortunate to have such an engaged BIA and the board and yourself involved in such robust plans and programming, and it looks great for this year. I have so loved the utility boxes that are wrapped with the art. That is a very unique display for our community, and the murals that are taking shape and so on. I looked through the budget this morning, and I provided, I know earlier to you, a few of the questions I wanted to pose. So I'll just take a minute now. There was $25,000 in the budget for signage and billboards. And so I was wondering if you could explain what that would be for.
Half of that budget is the contract we have for an incoming billboard on Mountain Road. We contracted about a year and a half ago for that one. We'd been looking for something incoming to capture the traffic that comes from the mountain. So that's used to promote general, you're just minutes away from an amazing shopping district, so we use that. We also change up the creative to promote specific events so that the Fashion Week would be included in that, and all our Christmas programming. It also includes changes to the 4 kiosk signs that we have downtown. So that's right now they're promoting Patiolicious in the farmers market. So that there's some costs involved there. It's not a lot, but that's part of it, as well as sandwich boards that we create to promote specific events. It also includes the new event boards, signage on the new event boards that the town has installed as part of the signage program. Because they're a different format, they all have to be redone for any of our events. Normally, we would be reusing and just changing dates and that sort of thing. And that's about a $500 a run, so we expect that cost will go down as we continue to use them in next year. And we're also working with the 2 major billboard companies to look at some other incoming highway opportunities on 26 and 24. Having some discussion with the town as well on perhaps collaborating on some of those with events like Patiolicious. So that's where that $25,000 is earmarked for.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you. My next question was about the flowers and the flower beds. And of course, everyone has an opinion that I speak to at least. I'm just wondering if, and I know you mentioned the master garden plan, which I guess we haven't had a chance to see yet, but do you have any thoughts on how the beds are looking now and if we can expect any improvements or, what's going to happen?
As noted in the MOU, the plantings and maintenance of all the downtown garden areas are the town's green space department. So our beautification committee works with Wendy to make recommendations for flowers. But ultimately, green space is limited to what they've got as far as staffing and that sort of thing. The garden master plan was created to basically combine, and we'll talk more about it at the standing committee, but the 2010 project started it. It went from 3 garden beds to like 33 garden beds, with no concept of how was the town's green space department going to handle that. And we've been working really well with Wendy, and her staff has been working really well to manage that. Then there was the First Street reconstruction and the Hume Street reconstruction, and of course we're developing garden areas at the waterfront as part of the waterfront plan. 2 years ago, we worked collaboratively with the town to create an RFP to basically create a garden master plan, to take a look at all of those garden areas and say, okay, how can we connect them all? What, are there areas that maybe aren't viable? Could they be repurposed into something else? So we invested, as I said, $23,000 in that plan. As we work through with the consultant, we work with the town's works department as well as green space to finalize that plan. And so now, we looked at it as being, okay, we've got a plan and let's work on a 3 to 5 year implementation. Well, then we've got federal money to actually implement 90% of it. So we're working. That will include new garbage and recycling containers, more benches. And we talked about, one of the things that we talked about was hanging baskets are very expensive, not to buy, but to maintain. But we wanted some height in the garden. So one of the recommendations for the plan is to put some higher planters, especially in the corner gardens. And that's part of the plan as well. So I think you'll see a vast improvement. I think we have to remember, though, that we deal with it. We're in a different climate than Niagara-on-the-Lake, because I hear a lot about, I see Niagara-on-the-Lake and it's lovely. Things are blooming in Niagara-on-the-Lake. Of course they are. But we're working really hard, and Wendy's department's working really hard to ensure that we keep those gardens beautiful and clean and vibrant.
Well, thank you for explaining all that. It's very helpful. And my last question is, sometimes I hear comments, and so my question is whether there are fewer farmers at our farmers market than we used to see, and is there any way of addressing that?
No, actually, and we actually have more farmers. There's some new farmers that have come online this year. Meesters is back. They were back this past weekend. They didn't start with the first one, so they're a key anchor. We actually, in order to call yourself a farmer's market under the health unit guidelines, you need to have at least 50% of your vendors producers or primary producers, and we're just around the 70% mark now. So we really we really work hard to ensure that we have those primary producers because that's what drives visitation to the market. There's also market vendors that are coming in that their produce isn't ready yet. So corn comes in later, cherries will come in later. There's vendors that would be coming in. You asked about the vendor fees. The producers pay about 35% less than the non-producer rates. It works out to about $16 a week. So we really have those rates so that they attract those farmers that we need to ensure that market stays like a true farmers market.
Oh, that's all great to hear. Thanks so much.
We're also bringing back, of course, our nonprofits because we've got the space now for them. So that is a real opportunity for our service clubs and organizations to get their message out at no cost.
Perfect. Was there anyone else around the table with a question? You're good, or do you have a question?
Actually, not so much a question, just a comment, and that is to say that the members of the board and the merchant members of this BIA really are the epitome of optimism and resilience. And I'm so very proud of everyone for the job that they have done. When you travel to other communities, many other downtowns have not been as successful as this town has been in getting through this pandemic. So kudos to everyone.
Thank you, because I, as you know, I sit on the Ontario BIA board, and we have weekly meetings, not with the board, but weekly meetings with BIAs across the province virtually. We call it best practices, just to share ideas and concepts. And sometimes I have to be very careful about telling people how great it is here.
That's great. Perfect. Thank you for your comments. So with that, as I said, we do have something to table and discuss. So I'm going to read it out, and I'll look for a mover and seconder. General Manager Nicholson, thank you for your comments and for your presentation this evening and for your continued work and the work that the board does. It is appreciated.
I can sit down now, right?
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. The council herein waive the requirements of the Downtown Collingwood Business Improvement Area, known as the BIA MOU, and establishing bylaw to meet the final tax levy timeline and approve the BIA budget as presented. The bylaw number 2022-047, being a bylaw to provide for the levy and collection of sums required by the Collingwood Business Improvement Area for the year 2022, be enacted and passed this 30th day of May 2022. I'll look for a mover and a seconder. I've got Councillor Jeffrey and Councillor Doherty, and we've had good discussion. I'll call the question. Those in the affirmative, and that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And again, thank you, General Manager Nicholson. So we are turning to our report as it relates to the water, but do we have our library CEO with us? Perfect. Okay. And Councillor Berman, I'm going to put you on the spot, but you're our council representative. Would you please introduce our library CEO?
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. I can't even see the screen. This is Ashley Kulchicki, who is our library CEO, and here to present the annual report.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I do have a slide deck just coming up there. Oh, perfect. Okay, so good evening, everyone. I'm here tonight to present the library's 2021 annual report. It was included in the agenda package in its original brochure format, but I'm going to present it tonight with a few slides. So I'll start by saying that I'm very proud of the work accomplished by the board and staff. We had another unpredictable year, but our team continued to adapt and persevere through staff changes and shortages, an internal reorganization, and of course, this ongoing pandemic. I'm always impressed by the dedication of library staff to be innovative and find unique ways to meet the needs of our community, and 2021 was no different. Next slide, please. So Library Board Chair Robitaille wrote a message to our community, firstly to thank them for their support as we've navigated the changing health guidelines and various stages of reopening over the last year. It is with the lessons we learned in 2020 that staff were better prepared to offer services in 2021. We had a solid handle on virtual programs and services. We're able to manage expectations when required to return to curbside pickup and also to balance remote work for our staff. Thankfully, we were able to safely reintroduce some of our services last year, and we had more than 55,000 people visit the library. We were thrilled to see steady circulation statistics again, and nearly 5,000 items were added to our shelves. As mentioned, we had some staffing changes last year. A couple of retirements and internal changes led to a reorganization to streamline staffing and strengthen our services. One of the bigger projects taken on by our board was the creation and launch of our 2022-2024 strategic plan. We introduced the plan to council and the community last fall, and we look forward to it guiding our services and programs over the next 2 years. In a similar vein, we also look forward to a post-pandemic world, along with everyone else, and supporting our patrons with increased outreach, collections and programs that reflect our community, and expanding our technology classes and equipment. Next slide, please. Highlights. So some of our highlights from last year include the launch of Hoopla's streaming service. Over 1,200 items were borrowed from Hoopla, and we are on track this year to actually double that number. We were unknowingly planning a safer spaces workshop for our staff simultaneously with the municipality. Thankfully, we discovered that, and we were able to then coordinate our efforts with the town so our staff could receive this training, which then qualified the library to become a safer spaces champion. At the onset of the pandemic, we did a lot of what I called personal shopping for our patrons. So staff would receive an email or phone call. We would gather a curated collection of books for a patron to pick up. This trend actually led to the launch of our online Reader's Advisory service, allowing patrons to complete a form with their reading preferences and streamlining this process. In 2021, our circulation increased with just shy of 180,000 items being borrowed. We've always had a positive relationship with the health unit, and the library was able to provide space for pop-up vaccine clinics, where I believe at both that we offered over 100 people were vaccinated. Local youth earned over 400 volunteer hours contributing to library initiatives, including community art projects such as the Pom Pom project and our butterfly display for Pride. Last year, the library officially went fine-free, continuing to make our library accessible and equitable for all residents. We ran 475 programs, and with the grant, we were also able to purchase virtual reality equipment, adding this to our suite of programming. One patron recently told us that her virtual reality program was wonderful, allowing her to experience something different from her daily life. She went on to say that after the isolation and not traveling for over 2 years, it was marvelous to visit so many of the exotic places offered through the magic of VR. Her husband described the experience as incredible, stating that that adjective encompasses everything our library does for the general public. The staff are all totally fantastic, and we thank you all for your creative work. You have made our library the heart center of Collingwood. And receiving that feedback was, of course, the highlight for our staff. Next slide, please. So we had a strong year financially. Last year's budget was set at just over 1.9 million. So our actual expenditures were about $150,000 less, with our final operating cost of 1.76 million. This was primarily due to changes in staffing. We had some positions that were vacant for a few months. And then, of course, new hires often start lower on a wage grid. Looking at our revenue, we certainly felt the impact of not being able to rent rooms, which is one of our largest self-generating incomes. This service usually brings in about $10,000, and we are thrilled to have started offering public room bookings actually just at the beginning of this month. Looking at our expenses, like many sectors, we invest in our staff, and not only wages and benefits, but also educational opportunities. We had staff complete learning sessions in cataloging, family literacy, library management and supervision, community engagement, and both our staff and the library board were able to attend the virtual Ontario Library Association conference in January. Our other significant expenses, as you'll see, are the costs associated with operating the building and, of course, the investment in our material collections. And I think that's the next slide is the finale. So that encompasses, in a very succinct format, 2021 at the Public Library. So thank you so much for your time, and I will open the floor, of course, to any questions.
For taking the time this evening to be with us and to give us this update as it relates to the budget. Around the table, Council, are there any questions that we have of the CEO? Okay. I think it's not on the agenda, but it would be appropriate to have a resolution tabled in support that we are receiving. So again, I'm going to put you on the spot, Councillor Berman, as our representative, but if you would like to table something just to that effect, that we're receiving the 2021 budget, I think that would be appropriate.
I don't think I could have worded it any better. So yeah, I'd like to table that the council receive this report.
Okay. And could I have a seconder? Councillor Jeffrey? And I'll call the question then. All those in the affirmative? And again, that is unanimous. That's great. Thank you. Thank you for being with us, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. Same to you. Take care.
Okay. So then we go back to item 9.1, and this is the monthly now update on our water capacity and land use planning study, and I'll turn to our CAO for the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Hull. Tonight shows why one can be very proud of Collingwood, a lot of good updates. On a brief aside, I went to a conference last week, and Dr. Ivan Joseph was there and talked about how diverse groups of folks come to agreement, and when they're diverse, they bring a broader range of solutions. They feel less confident that the solutions are ideal, but they have better outcomes. And I think the Collingwood community is walking this walk, and it is nice to see people in the gallery as well today for these kinds of conversations. So the water capacity, and we can go to the next slide, please. We have had a new instruction from Council, and that is that we will bring forward these updates once a month, or if something significant happens, and we'll still continue to cover the same types of items as they change. So that's what we're doing today, is the update for this month. Next slide, please. The situation hasn't changed from the last update, so I'll leave that one for now. Next slide, please. We're going to talk about the land use planning policy study first. Next slide. There's 3 prongs to implementing this complete study. One is to come. It's the official plan policy. One is already in place, which is the service and capacity allocation policy. And the top one is a third piece that has automatically extended our interim control bylaw, and that is some appeals to the proposed changes to our zoning bylaw. And next slide, please. So there's 3 appeals listed here. The zoning bylaw amendment is related to requiring that there is servicing available at a location prior to the issuance of a building permit. So those are the 3 at play. Next slide. And what we have done in the past several weeks is proposed to a committee and council that we bring the servicing capacity allocation policy, or SCAP as we're calling it in short, into effect. So that did happen on the 17th after council's endorsement of the recommendations. We were encouraged by council to make this happen as quickly as possible. So there was an intake period for exemptions so people could have water allocated for some of the smaller projects. That application period is now closed, and staff are busy evaluating those proposals. And council has agreed to a special meeting on June 13th to make decisions on those other exemption requests. And I think there's some tweaks required to this slide, but if you do have an exemption, please remember to continue through the process, through planning and building permits. And if you haven't been granted an exemption yet, with some of the planning approvals that will now be moving forward through council for decision, there's also the opportunity to have water allocated through that process. There's lots of information on the Engage Collingwood website, and feel free to call the planning department or the building department if you have any questions. Next slide, please. With respect to our plant, so the reconstruction of the current plant and expansion, there's a couple of changes here. One is, I meant to put it in red, but it's the third bullet point. We have an addendum to our environmental assessment approval for the expansion because of some of the shoreline protection work in water. And that's some process that we need to go through and to seek comments on. It'll be out on the Engage portal, the town website, and the local newspaper. And we're still speaking with other municipalities about the temporary membrane option, which would allow additional capacity prior to 2025, but has a number of challenges with respect to the space available on the site and the service resources required to deliver that. So that's an open item that's under review. Next slide, please. Announcement within the last day, you will have seen some notification to the press around the public art for the water treatment plant expansion. And I think the quality of these two artists gives you some idea of the quality of the plant itself and how proud we are of our Indigenous heritage here. We have Emily Kawajasig. I don't think I got that quite right, but I think next week I'll have to have it just right. And Solomon King. Emily's art is on the left, and Solomon's art is on the bottom right. You'll see there, and both of these are in the Toronto area. The bottom right one is a sculpture. The top left one is this particularly paint art. Very impressive. I'm very pleased with these selections. Next slide, please. We do have some updated milestones. The end dates have not changed. On the far right, you'll see that the finalizing the agreement with New Tecumseh is we're looking at hopefully June, so keep our fingers crossed. We've had a number of meetings with staff recently, and I think we're narrowing in on the items that we will be able to endorse. So we've had a conversation with Council in camera today that you would have seen on the agenda if you were watching closely. As well, the preliminary design is coming forward in July, and the public engagement had been slated for spring, but instead of pushing it to summer, which we felt might not be a good time to catch a lot of people at home, we've moved the public engagement to the fall of this year, so starting in the late summer into the fall. Next slide, please. There's some updates to this slide on the remaining water supply. Council approved some small businesses to move forward with changes that allow them to recover from COVID and expand their business base in Collingwood in the past couple of weeks. And we've now showing that on this slide. We have a remaining allocation without UV now of 348 SDUs. There's a little bit of variability in that number. I'll just give you a disclaimer. Not all of the approvals from the past few weeks had their exact water needs documented. So as those documentations come in, there could be a small amount of variability in the final bottom line number. And the remaining summer amount, which is in the bottom center of this slide, once we have interim UV expansion in the current plant, we will have 1,139 single development units remaining. And there's a couple of pie charts to follow this. Next slide. I'm not going to go through these today, but if someone wanted to look at them online at their leisure, we now have 64 projects, including the latest ones that have received exemptions from the ICBL. And the single development units of water at their various statuses are listed on the numerical chart on the right. And there's another one on the next slide, which is the last slide, that just looks at the status of building permits for these projects. And that's the end of the update today. Thank you.
Thank you, CAO Skinner. Is there anyone from around the table that has a question on the report this evening? Okay. So with that, we'll move to agenda item 10, our standing committee report, 2 items. First one, 10.11. The council received the Development and Operations Services Standing Committee report from its meeting held May 9th, 2022, and hereby approve the recommendations contained here within the report as presented. P 2022-15, Radio Communications Tower Proposal, 52 Stewart Road. The file number is D111321, and the recommendation to approve concurrence for the radio communication tower proposed at 52 Stewart Road. Could I get a mover and seconder? Well, first of all, I'll go to our chair. Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey, and our vice chair, Councillor Doherty. Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, then I will call the question. All those in the affirmative. And that's carried unanimously. Staff reports under 10.2. We've got 10.2.1, PW 2022-12, unopened road allowances and public water access locations. The staff report, PW 2022-12, unopened road allowances and public water access locations be received, and the council approve the proposed water access categorization contained herein and the category proposed for each location. And first, I just want to make maybe a couple of very brief comments, and then I'm going to turn to the CAO. One is that we received this report through our committee structure, and it was brought forward to council tonight. I do want to acknowledge and recognize that we've had a number of residents who live along the waterfront, particularly the east side of Collingwood, who have communicated. I also want to acknowledge that there have been a number of residents who have reached out to us, but perhaps have not received acknowledgement back. But I just want to assure you that your communication was received. And that lastly, we do have a number of pieces of correspondence that have been contained within our consent agenda tonight. That said, I think that it is wise, and I would look to our CAO, in reading through some of the correspondence and reflecting on the presentation that was made a couple of weeks ago, there certainly are some items that maybe that we could take an opportunity to step back and just clarify. And I'll leave it to you to maybe bring Director Culver if he's available, or through yourself.
Thank you, Chair. It is going to be Director Slama, who, if with your okay, would just provide a couple of clarifications. We noticed a misunderstanding or two in the public input, and there was a small there was an ask for council to from committee for us to look at one of the road ends in particular. Thank you.
Good evening, Director Slama.
Good evening, Acting Mayor Hull. Thank you. I will speak. I'll just want to say a few words about this report, and I will also speak to some of the amendments that we made to the report following the presentation at Development and Operations Committee. So, you know, as just some initial comments on the report, the intention of this report, again, was to set a baseline and look at these sites as they exist today and their conditions today. And through this categorization, set a baseline of the opportunity for residents to use these locations. And it does, even though we're setting categories for some of these locations, the opportunity will always be there to revisit how we have categorized these locations as we look to different opportunities related to them. You know, we as staff, we believe this is positive for the community. And, you know, it has come about, you know, from the staff operational perspective from a few different angles, and that was, you know, we do know that we need some signage at the end of roads at the end of roads in accordance to the Highway Traffic Act, so we don't have cars, driving into the water. And, as we had mentioned originally, we did see a lot of increased use of these locations during the last couple of summers. And, from bylaw and parks perspective, having this categorization and having these signs will help them be able to address some of the concerns that arise. This is what we have presented, we feel is in line with our strategic plan and the vision for our community, which is that we want to make sure that our residents have access to water. And the signage will only be on the site. There was some concern we've seen from communication from residents that maybe we're posting signs on Beachwood Road or Highway 26 and kind of leading or directing people to these locations. And that is not the intention. The intention is just to have small signs at the location that would represent this categorization. I did put a little presentation together just to show you some examples, but I'll just speak to the amendments first, if I could. So regarding the two amendments were made to the report, and one is for the lakeside location, which we had listed as a category 2, and we looked at it again. And, really that started as a category 2 because we know that there has been a lot of local resident interest to use that site. However, we did go back and look at the physical location and acknowledge that conditions have changed following a couple of years of high lake water. There is considerable natural vegetation, and the access to water is not readily achievable unless we really clean up the area and do some maintenance there. And since the intention of this report was not to change the condition of how these locations are, but just provide some categorization as they exist today, we are recommending that be changed from a 2 to a 3. Now, recognizing that there still is a lot of interest in this location, I will say as a category 3, the sign that we are proposing is that it just say, town property, use at your own risk. And so that doesn't mean, people can't go there, but it does mean it's not going to be maintained as a water access area. And we can look at this categorization in the future. And based on the interest in this location in particular, Parks have indicated that they would be willing to look and see what can be done at this location. So we would start with a survey to make sure we're determining where those property lines are and what it would take to do some clearing of the vegetation to make access to the water really viable for people who want to walk to that location and use it as a point to launch their personal non-motorized watercraft, such as kayaks and canoes and stand-up paddleboards. So, and any work that would need to be done, we'd also need to, Parks would need to reach out to MVCA and see if there's, just have some consultation with them and just see about what's being there. The second amendment is regarding the posting of these locations. So we did say in the original report that we would provide a map on the town website of these locations and their categorization. So we went back and looked at that again. And currently on our website, we do have a map of all the water access locations through the parklands. And we would recommend that just the category 1 locations that we're representing here tonight be added to that map. And the reason we're recommending just category 1 and not category 2 or 3 is that category 1 do have town parking, have identified town parking. And so we feel that that's probably those are the most appropriate locations to have on the general website. but these other locations would be known more so to our residents. So those are the two changes in the amendments of the report. And I'll just ask if the presentation could be put up for the signage. So this would be an example of the sign for category 2. Maybe we would change the wording slightly, but the intent is there, right? We have identifying it as Town of Collingwood lands. It's a public water access, but no motorized vehicles and no launching of motorized watercraft. Next slide, please. This is an example of category 3. Again, the town logo, identifying it as Town of Collingwood property, but not maintained, use at your own risk. Next slide, please. So here I just took some clips from, I went to another municipality and tried to find some examples at another municipality just from Google Maps. And so here you could see as an example of, this is the kind of end of road signage. And the little white sign that you see under that end of road signage, that's the little sign that says, public water access, or, town of or municipality of this, or, would be, and maybe, the idea is that we're not looking to post a large sign here. We just want some form of signage that identifies it for people going to that location. Next slide, please. This is a blow up. So, gave you that perspective of how big that road sign is, end of road sign is. And then here's another one where I was able to zoom in. So you see this says public beach access, no boat watercraft launching allowed. So this is the type of signage we're considering. And the next slide, please. And then this is more far away. I wasn't able to zoom in, but if you see that little white sign, that would be an example of our category 3. So a little sign at that access point that says, this is Town of Collingwood property, but it is not maintained and use at your own risk. And so I'm hoping that those images, thank you, Chris, just give you a bit of an idea of what we were considering for the signs. And again, we're not looking at posting any signs where these streets, where these right-of-ways meet larger commuter roads, collector roads, sorry. And that's all, Your Worship.
Thank you, Director Slama. So with the report tabled and the updated presentation on some of the amendments, are there any questions around the table from council? Go ahead, Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate the clarity, because I know each of us has received many, many, many questions, comments, emails, phone calls, all sorts of things. And I think that it's important that we understand that these signs are not an invitation, they are an identification. And I think that's really, really important. And I'm happy to see that. And I know that our job here at the table is about policy, not procedure. But is there any way that we can put no parking for the category 3 folks who are so concerned about their very narrow roads like McAllister and C and D lane? They're so worried about people driving down there accidentally and then not being able to get out. Is there a way that we can add no parking to those signs through you, Acting Mayor Hall, to Director Slama?
Through Your Worship, to Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod, we could consider that. I would not. My recommendation would be that staff be asked to look at that. We'd look at it with bylaw, and because I think we just like to look at each location and see. I think you're correct for most of the category 3. There really isn't, because a lot of those areas really aren't even passable, in some cases, right, are just a driveway or not passable. But it would be, I would appreciate just reviewing that with bylaw and determining where it would be appropriate to put no parking. And it would require an amendment to our parking bylaw.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Madigan?
Just to piggyback off that, and I wish they were still here, Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod brought up a great point about safety and access, and I would worry about the fire services. That I've learned over the years that if a road has to be so wide for them to get down, and if there's people parked there, there's no way that they can get down. So I would ask that question to be put to the fire services as well, and I think that's an important thing in this. A lot of these lanes are very slim. One of the biggest lanes on here is very close to where I live, Haudenosaunee Pathway, quite large, quite wide, but there's no place to park. It's a residential road, and these are residential communities, and they started off as summer houses. They're not meant to have people parking down there. It's funny that this gets brought up now because a couple of years ago, people lived in those areas and were upset by some of their neighbors saying they weren't allowed to launch their boats there, and they brought that to me, and we found out they could. But I think the parking plays a big role in it, that they're going to be parking on these people's lawns. These people can't deny that this is an open waterway and people are allowed to use it. But that shouldn't have a deterrent on their living situation on that. So I would ask the fire services. I think that's a very important. Thank you for bringing that up, because if they can't get down, then it can't happen.
Thank you, Councillor Madigan. Excellent point. We'll leave that with our CAO to take away with senior staff. So I've got Councillor Jeffrey, and then I've got Councillor Dory.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. I do like the points we're making in terms of having the parking situation investigated, but the comment I wanted to make above and beyond was really the importance of the community engagement and our residents' willingness to contact us, because it gave us an opportunity to build on the information and make sure everyone had the correct information, but it also gave us the opportunity to amend this and make it more palatable for everyone in terms of our intentions going forward. So I really do appreciate the clarification that Director Slama brought this evening, and all the hard work staff did with the residents having input and from council members who were receiving it to get us to a point that I think we can support. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I saw your card, Councillor Hamlin, so I've got you, Councillor Doherty, and then I'll go to Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you. I have to admit, I was somewhat disappointed by some of the comments that we received from some of our residents, because quite frankly, it smacked of NIMBYism to me. However, I am pleased that the amendments that have been brought forward are very clearly in the interests of public safety. And that is how we will proceed forward in terms of widely disseminating information about these various locations in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamlin? Chris, did I lose Councillor Hamlin?
Oh God, I can't wait till I can be there. Buttons are
You're with us now. Go ahead.
Okay, try again.
Yeah.
I just have a few points. Firstly, I wanted to say again, thank you to the residents who reached out. I wanted to share one of the comments I received was that they were disappointed that they only found out about this because they read an article in Collingwood Today, and they wished that they had been notified directly so they could have had some input. So I'm just really sharing this at this point so that staff are aware of those sentiments. I had an opportunity to spend some quality time down at lanes A, B, McAllister, C, and D. And I was glad to hear Deputy Mayor McLeod's suggestion that there be a greater review down there. It seemed to me, based on what I heard and what I pieced together, that those lanes are quite an historical anomaly and perhaps need a little different consideration. I believe that those were likely originally just cottage lanes. and that at one point the town decided to put water services in and fire hydrants, so there could be some safety by way of fire truck access. And that at that time, the owners conveyed that lane to the town. So it is 10 feet wide. And as everyone no doubt knows, a typical right-of-way for a town road is 66 feet, right? This is 10 feet total. So we're talking one F-150 with a few inches to spare, or maybe a car, but certainly not two cars passing each other. And I raise this in the context of, number one, there's absolutely no room to park unless you park on private property. And secondly, when you're down at the waterfront, if you can imagine standing there, you're on the town property, it's 10 feet wide, and that's not much. It's more of an observation point than an access point for doing anything. And so it would appear to me that just about everybody who goes down there to use that water access point is on private property. They're on the others' beaches and waterfront and, all over. And it does create conflicts, which the homeowners obviously want to raise, but don't want to get into any kind of confrontations with people down there. So what I really came away with was thinking there should be signs down there, and I offer this up for staff when they're looking at this again, probably saying from Beechwood South, no parking, beyond this point, no public parking. And also perhaps at the waterfront, no beach access. And I say that because, as I say, without stepping on someone else's property, all you can do is observe. So I just wanted to share that, and I look forward to seconding a motion to deal with these lanes. And also, I'll just finish by saying, if there are any other narrow streets like these four, perhaps staff could give thought to them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamlin. I'm not putting you on the spot, but I do see that Director Culver is with us. Did the director want to add any comment?
No, thanks for the opportunity, Acting Mayor. But I was just here to kind of support any of the questions that might come through. I think Director Slom has done an amazing job of laying it all out. The only thing I would just sort of reiterate is that the intent behind this was purely to create a starting point. By categorization, we clarify a lot of things in terms of even when people are asking us how these could become public accesses. We've sort of taken an admittedly ad hoc approach, subject to our capacities, water levels, the conditions of the shoreline, you name it, when residents in those neighborhoods have asked about using those accesses. So this starts us at a point of clarity, and from here we can have good, intelligent discussions about, what are the costs and opportunities and risks of proceeding with further public access as needed. So, thanks for the opportunity to comment, but I feel like we've got a good handle on everything.
Okay, thank you, Director Culver, and yes, thank you, Director Slama, for the presentation. My only question is just to state again, this is a starting point, and we hope that it will go well, and it's based on principles that we have as a community, but there will be opportunity to engage and reevaluate should one particular lane maybe have to have a look at. So I just wanted to, and I see a nod, but I just want to make sure that, yes, that is the fact that this is a fluid opportunity.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And my only comment in support, and then I'll look for a mover and seconder, is that we live in a region that is blessed with natural amenities and growth. And so like many of the residents who are on some of these lanes and streets that are to the east end, but across the community as a whole, I liken them in a similar manner to residents, say, to our neighbors in the west on places like Campbell and Carmichael at the base of Blue Mountain, who are dealing with a similar issue where, every single weekend their street is overtaken by people who are visiting the area, enjoying Blue Mountain Resort, but can't find parking at Blue Mountain, et cetera. And I'm not drawing a comparison in the sense that, we've got similar issues. What I am comparing is that people are discovering our area. I discovered it 25 years ago. Others are discovering it 25 minutes ago, and there'll be more to come. And why? Because we're a great community, and it's a great place to live, work, and play. And we need to be able to be fluid and address some of these issues. So I'm hoping that tonight will be a starting point. I do recognize, as many of you have, that we have received correspondence from our residents. And I hope that we have been able to address some of the concerns, particularly a few that were maybe just not accurate and just needed a bit of clarifying. But that it is something that can be adjusted on a one-off basis moving forward, similar in the sense that we had a presentation at committee, and in the weeks that have followed, we've had a couple of amendments to address some of those concerns. So with that said, I will look, I've read it in, and if I could get a mover and seconder, Councillor Jeffrey, and a seconder for this, Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod, thank you. And I will call the question then. All those in the affirmative. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. That takes us to 11 on the agenda, staff reports, and 11.1. And it's with regards to the Awen water play budget. And I'm going to read this in, and then I'm going to go through the CAO and perhaps have comment made from Director Culver. So that staff report PRC 2022-05, the Awen water play budget, be received, and the council approve the recommended change of scope funding for the Awen water play project from $1,909,704 to an upset limit of $2,500,000 even from the development charge reserve, with such change encompassing the tendered expense plus a contingency amount. And before I look for a mover and seconder, do we have a brief presentation or comment from staff?
Yes. Yes, I believe Director Culver is prepared just to give a brief update to council if you'd like one around the what has been arranged and is possible moving forward.
If, with council's indulgence, if we could just have a brief remark or two from the director, that would be appreciated. Maybe specifically too around the development reserve or use. Director Culver.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I'm pleased to provide some comments. This is not a report that we obviously ever wanted to have to provide. An incredible amount of work has gone into the design and study to get to this place. But the current conditions in terms of supply chain and vendor are putting us in a place where we believe it is the right decision to move forward, albeit with accessing more of the development charge reserve than we had initially anticipated we would. The report provides a lot of background around sort of the origins of the water play. It has been a much longer process than we had anticipated at the beginning, and although we kept council up to speed, we thought it was important to go back to the beginning and remind everybody of where we started in the 2016 Waterfront Master Plan, with the water play / splash pad concept being the number one requested item within a waterfront master plan. We also spent a lot of time in developing the thematic concept, the space around Harborview Park, and how everything would fit together, both in terms of trying to stay true to the waterfront master plan, but then also with respect to the former landfill site, the D4 study that was conducted, the environmental impact assessment that was conducted, the floodplain analysis that was conducted, the soils analysis. All of these things basically led us to here. And then I'll sort of, close my comments by reminding council also that this budget and this water play facility is more than just a water play facility. There's a washroom that was also a key component of the waterfront master plan. That is a major component within the water play area, constituting somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000 of expense that is added to the project to cover and facilitate that piece of the puzzle. And then I think the only other thing to mention is that we have been in complete lockstep with procurement and purchasing, working through what processes we can use to ensure that we're following all of our practices and transparently, openly, and responsibly. While it's an unusual report in that we would normally not be recommending, this kind of a change, we really do strongly believe that with all that we've done, we can't be sure and are quite sure that we won't see a reduction in price in the coming years. We won't see availability of vendors in the coming years. We're going to see tighter and tighter constraints on things like supply chain and vendor access. And so we're recommending with the bird in the hand that we should probably move forward. Anyway, but we'll leave this to council's discretion and look forward to any questions.
Thank you, Director. Is there anyone from around the table that would like to ask a question? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Culver, for the work that you have done on this project. We are all anxiously awaiting it. I just wanted to get a clarification as well. The 2021 budget that we passed had in it 1.5 million for the water play park, but that was that the parking lot that we have now put in place, or is that this again and it got brought over to 2022?
Through you, Mayor Hall, so I believe the 1.5 million would have been referencing the estimate, budget estimate for the water play portion. I believe that the washroom might have been in a different capital budget line for a total of 1.9 expected, I believe. I'd have to go back and recheck how it was organized for the budget, but we do know that we were walking into 2021 with a budget of 1.909 something to facilitate what we thought would be an appropriate budget estimate for completion of the entire space.
Okay, great, thank you. And so now we're possibly going to 2.5.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Doherty.
Yes, thank you. And through you to, I guess, the treasurer. Generally speaking, I think we're all very disappointed that it did come in over budget, and not unlike so many things this year. And it's good that we do have DC funds to which we can turn in this situation. But I'm just wondering, would this have any negative impact on the total of DCs that we have for parks and recreation projects? And would this be potentially taking us below a prudent reserve?
Treasurer.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. Through you to Councillor Doherty. I think what we shared earlier is that there's about $3 million in the DC fund for outdoor recreation use. On an annual basis, we collect just over, on average, about $2 million per year in DCs that relate specifically to that reserve fund. I don't think that there's any harm or I suppose any worry for me that particular reserve fund would be hurt by having this additional cost, although we wish that it wasn't the case, of course. But certainly if, as the next round of the DC background study is updated, if that reserve continues, or becomes in a situation where it's lower than what would be expected, it would be included in the next DC background study.
Thank you. That was my question.
Councillor Hamlin, did you? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a brief comment. I know this is a lot of, I'll say, extra funds to complete this water park and related facilities, but it does look like, it has the opportunity to be quite a stunning addition to our community. And I certainly understand the problems because of this pandemic we've been in with costing projects. I wanted to also say I so much appreciated seeing the Envision Tatum's report on the tender, because one of the big questions I had in my mind was, since there was only one bidder for this big project, were they qualified? And I was happy to see that Envision Tatum went through that in some detail to assure the town that they are a qualified bidder. And so that was all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamlin. I was going to make a similar comment in the sense that when you hear things like that with, one bidder, or you hear numbers going from 1.9 to 2.5, the level of cynicism, and rightfully so, perhaps in some cases, is elevated, because then you hear comments like, well, it's a blank check, or, the contractor has the right to do whatever they want. But I think the report is very thorough, and it's supported by an outside firm, Tatum, who's got an excellent reputation. So thanks for bringing that point up, Councillor Hamlin. So I've read this in. If there are no further questions, I'll look for a mover and seconder. So I've got Councillor Doherty, and I've got the Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod, and I'll call the question. Those in favor? And it's carried unanimously. Thank you. We have two motions being brought forward tonight, first by Councillor Doherty, the second by Councillor Madigan. Would you like the opportunity to read it in? The answer is yes.
Certainly. Thank
It's
you.
a long one, so the answer is yes, right?
The long one.
Floor is yours.
I better not do that. I don't have it committed to memory. This is a motion with regard to Blue Fairways development and tree canopy coverage. Whereas a number of concerns have been expressed by residents of Briarwoods in regards to the proposed site development plan and site preparation of Blue Fairways 5 and 6, which have not to date been addressed to the satisfaction of the residents, including the tree canopy design standards as currently outlined in the town's urban design guidelines, the tree removal plan, the site development plan, and the plan to address traffic impacts. And whereas with regard to the tree canopy coverage criteria, the operational plan as updated for Q2 2022 will be addressing the town's current tree canopy preservation and augmentation approach with a view to comparing best practices in other gold standard municipalities, including the measurement used for reporting tree cover, drafting options for a tree preservation bylaw, and a public consultation plan, and recommending options for a future comprehensive update of the Urban Design Manual. And whereas the residents are concerned that the proponent's initial site development plan is not consistent with the design of previous phases, specifically with regard to the positioning of the two 4-story apartment buildings. And whereas additional concerns have been raised regarding the age and content of the traffic impact study for the project, specifically accounting for additional residential developments now proposed for the immediate surrounding area. Therefore, be it resolved that Council directs staff to ensure that these concerns of residents be specifically considered as part of the review process relative to site plan, traffic, and canopy cover. And further that the specific proposed criteria for canopy design of 20% coverage at planting versus the current practice of 30% calculated coverage at maturity be evaluated as part of the town's tree canopy preservation and augmentation approach, along with other municipal best practices, with a view to drafting a private tree bylaw and a comprehensive update of the town's urban design manual.
Thank you. So I will ask for a seconder in a second, but would you like the opportunity to speak first or last to your motion?
I'm happy to speak first. I think that this motion is quite self-evident. We have heard at public meetings and in correspondence and via the consent agenda a number of times from residents in this area with these concerns expressed. And as we go forward in the planning process with this particular development, this is just to assure them that their concerns are being heard and that our planning department does intend to take all of their concerns and comments under consideration. And further, with regard to the tree canopy, we are proceeding forward, reviewing best practices in other municipalities, and this is to take into account a particular recommendation that has been made a number of times and evaluate it along with others that we will find as we do our homework with other municipalities.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Before I ask for other questions, can I get a seconder? Councillor Barman, are there any other questions from the floor? Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod.
Thank you. And my question through you, Acting Mayor Hull, to Councillor Doherty is, what does the difference between 20% at planting and what does that end up calculating out to at maturity?
So that's the million-dollar question, because when the 30% at maturity is calculated, it can't be predicted you can't anticipate that what you calculate will be what you end up with. Whereas a 20% coverage at planting will ensure that there will be a minimum of 30%, if not more, at maturity.
But no one's done that math, obviously.
The 20%, the 20% at planting is calculated. It is there. It is evident right there when done.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. My question here is procedurally, with the wording of the motion, is this directing staff to actually engage in drafting a private tree bylaw? Is it already on our plate? Or, I mean, I would feel better removing that if we haven't decided to do that already. I'm not opposed, certainly, to the investigation of the 20 versus 30% variances, and we already know that staff have told us that they preferred that it was considered within the comprehensive update of the town's urban design manual, which is just ahead of us. But I didn't want to be adding in the private tree bylaw at this point because we haven't discussed it as a committee as to whether we would refer it to staff or not. I just wanted to clarify, and that might be through you, Mr. Chair, to the clerk, who I think assisted with the wording.
Go ahead, and then we can.
Yeah, certainly. I'm happy to turn to the clerk. I could also turn to the CAO because this was part of our operational update. And there was reference to the notion of at least consideration of a private tree bylaw.
Go ahead, CAO.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Jeffrey, and thank you for asking. I'm always nice to know what's already on the plate. As Councillor Doherty had mentioned, in the last update on the operational plan, within the details, there was a note of a number of items Council had set as priorities. One of them was to come back with a report to initiate a study around tree options for the town. With some the outcome intending to be some recommendations that we could incorporate in an urban design manual, and as well potentially in our zoning bylaw update, which is the one you had mentioned that would follow the official plan. So we do already, as staff, have some work in this field contemplated for delivery later this year, potentially in the fall. Thank you.
Is there a follow-up?
No follow-up. Thank you
Okay.
for the response.
Any other questions around the table? Okay, so this motion tabled by Councillor Doherty and seconded by Councillor Berman. So I will call the question. All those in the affirmative. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Madigan, this is coming out of the May 16th presentation from Pride. Would you like to read your motion in, sir?
I would. Thank you very much. And this is to do with the financial support for 2022 Pride Festival. And it is moved by myself and seconded by Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod, whereas the town of Collingwood's community-based strategic plan envisions an all-inclusive, multi-generational, artful community with strong civic pride and encourages supporting community events and festivals that enhance the experience of Collingwood. And whereas the Collingwood Pride Festival is a significant community event that brings residents together and recognizes Collingwood as an inclusive community that supports all of its diverse components. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Council of the Town of Collingwood provide financial support to the 2022 Collingwood Pride Festival in the amount of $5,000 drawn from the Community Recreation and Culture Grants allocation.
Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, I would. I can't thank staff enough for writing that. That was my thought precisely. We seek empowering vision of pride in this community, and I think we all take it very seriously. But to be very selfish in our community as a retailer and as a business person, epic events like this bring an awful lot of people into this community. Pride Toronto was formed in 1981, and they have had many years of success down there, and this community deserves it. We once had a very powerful festival that lasted 25 years, and I think this one does not have a shelf life. I think this can go on forever and ever. After 2 years struggle with COVID, I think this town needs it. I think this town deserves it, and I think this town wants it, and I think it would say a lot that this council was the first to push for this, that this council kind of laid their stake in the ground and said, this is what our town is about. We talk about it every council meeting. And I think this is time that we put our money where our mouth is. So I'm very happy to do this, and I'm not doing this for anything else, but I want to have it as a recorded vote so the community, because I'm sure that we're all going to vote in the affirmative on this, and I think the community deserves to see us do that. Thank you.
Okay. Before I turn it to the clerk, I see one question comment, so go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Acting Mayor Hall, to the Director of Parks, Recreation and Culture. We're spending $5,000 with this motion. Do we have it? I know I seconded it. I probably should have checked first. He's having trouble
Sorry.
unmuting.
Yeah,
Oh, there you go.
I missed the mute button. I apologize. Through your worship, yeah, so there $5,000 I believe we can find in our operational budget.
Perfect. And Councillor Madigan, thank you for bringing this forward tonight. This was as a result of a deputation that was brought forward by Pride. And if I may just add, for those who haven't seen it, at the corner, it's on the north east corner of Simcoe and St. Marie. I better get my street straight. the Pride crosswalk, there is now a sign that not only commemorates the sidewalk itself, but it explains the meaning, the significance of the colors, etc. And so this is another way that we can help support and embrace. So with that, I will turn this over to our clerk as a recorded vote has been requested. So Clerk Almas.
Thank you. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your yes cards. Thank you. Motion is carried unanimous.
Sorry, and I apologize. Earlier today in conversation, I know that the CAO had asked to make a comment with regards to a prior check. So if you'd be so kind as to make a comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I don't know if they turn on their camera, Director Culver or Treasurer Quinlan may wish to clarify the details. There was just a quick comment we wanted to follow up. It was a public note by Dr. Miller when he did his wonderful delegation a few weeks ago around a check that had gone missing. So I think we've solved the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, thank you, Councillor Madigan. Moving forward, we've got item 13 on the agenda. We have two bylaws tonight. And the first one is the final tax rate bylaw. And I'll table it. It's the bylaw number 2022-048, being a bylaw to set the tax rates and to levy taxes for the year 2022, be enacted and passed the 30th day of May 2022. Who would like to have the pleasure of levying? There we go. Councillor Jeffrey, could I have a seconder, please? Going once. Thank you, Councillor Doherty. Are there any questions? I think we know where we're coming for on this. Okay. In that case, I will call the vote. Those in the affirmative. And that's unanimous. Thank you. The second is with regards to the appointment of two new members to the board for the BIA. The bylaw number 2022-049, being a bylaw to appoint members to the Board of Management for the Downtown Collingwood Business Improvement Area, be enacted and passed this 30th day of May 2022. Two individuals are Kyla Van Zon and Mark Bechtel. And if, again, I could have a mover and seconder. This side of the table's been a little light, so come on, Councillor Berman. Okay, you're my mover. And Councillor Jeffrey, perfect. Any questions, comments? None. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Older deferred business. First one is 14.1-1, and it is the BIA Archway feedback. And I just have to remind myself here. So first, I'm going to turn over to Clerk Almas for a brief presentation. And then I've got something I'd like to put forward. So before you do that, I'm going to actually take that back just for a second. What I would like to do is what you've got before you are three that's. I'm going to focus on the final that. It says the council herein received the public feedback pertaining to the proposed BIA archway. That was the intent and that was the purpose of tonight. So I'd simply like to table that to receive, and then we'll turn it over to the clerk for a bit of a presentation. So a mover and a seconder to receive. Okay, Councillor Madigan and Councillor Doherty. And I will then ask our clerk to give a bit of an overview, and then I'll call the question. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Worship. Based on the council direction that was provided back in April, I believe it was April the 19th, it was actually following an SIC meeting, not a corporate and community services meeting, from the April 4th, the original date. The motions were put on the council agenda, and council actually voted to, first of all, defeat the original motion that was supported at the committee level, the option one, so that if council is interested in putting this back on the table at some point, it would require a motion of reconsideration. The other part of the motion regarding the reimbursement was not addressed at that time. So I just wanted to share that to begin with. We only have a couple slides here today, as council's requested, just to go out for public consultation on the proposed archway that was put together in the concept designed with the group that the BIA had put together.
Sorry to interrupt. I did mention that I had to leave for this
My
one.
apologies. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you, Councillor Madigan.
No problem. And we'll go to our very first slide. So again, the background, I've just kind of reviewed those items. And so starting May 2nd, there was the media release that announced the launch of the survey. May 20th, the survey closed at noon. And as noted on the Engage page in the town advertisements, that this was not a scientific survey and was focused on resident feedback. So I did want to share that first. And our next slide. It is important to council that Collingwood residents have a say in the design of the project. The results of the survey, as noted, were not scientific. However, by asking for registration by participants, and this was a little bit of a hurdle that we had to deal with as households that had more than one individual that wanted to vote, computers recognize one singular IP address. So it was fortunate that we did have a paper copy of the survey through the newspaper and available here at the town hall. And I can confirm that we had a total of, if we go to the next slide, 727 surveys were completed, and we received over 90 written comments. And just to put that in perspective, the Maple Street Priority Project had 391. The 2022 budget had 425 responses. And this received over 800 responses regarding our BIA archway. So I'll just share that. So it was an overwhelming response to the negative, not wanting an archway at all. So that was almost 73%, 19% think it's a great idea, and 8.3% like the idea of a gateway feature, but not the archway designs as were presented. Next slide, and our last slide, I believe. Yes, so just the general feedback. And again, both of these have more detailed responses that are actually part of the agenda package. And that include the written responses I just spoke to. We received both through the survey. There was a written component as well, also through direct emails that were provided to the town, and the hard copies of the correspondence that was either dropped off or mailed to the town hall. And again, all of those, it was actually a greater amount than the 73% that were opposed to the archway that provided their comments in writing to us. So that is the review. We have our general manager of our BIA here present as well. Her and her staff assisted also with the compilation of the information, so I thank them for their assistance. And if there's any questions, either of us will be welcome to respond.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Almas. So the purpose of using Engage, of course, was to engage our community, and the community has spoken. I guess there are times where you have to acknowledge it's probably best not to bet the house, so I'm glad I didn't. That said, what I would like to do is take the opportunity to relieve the chair to Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod so that I could make a few additional comments and then put forward something.
I believe we have a motion on the floor at this point. And so I'll look to the
my
clerk.
apology. Yeah, thank you.
So I believe we will, do we vote on that first before we introduce a new one? I think we do.
I'd like to move that then with regards to the feedback.
All right, so moved by Acting Mayor Hall and seconded by Councillor Jeffrey, that council herein receive the public feedback pertaining to the proposed BIA archway. Questions, comments?
If I may.
And yes.
My apologies. I think that motion was already.
Oh, it was. Yeah.
Yes, but Councillor Madigan has recused himself.
Okay.
And so this is fine? Okay, good. No questions, no comments on receiving the report. Therefore, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is unanimous. And I will turn to Acting Mayor Hall.
Thank you. So that was my error as it relates to Councillor Madigan. He did ask at the outset of the meeting that he would be recused for this portion, and I missed that despite having it written down. So I guess for the record, he walked out at about 6:53 or so, appropriately so. I just wanted to make a brief comment for clarification as to what's written within the agenda. So the first is, and it's just to clarify that The recommendation from Corporate and Community Services, strike that. It was actually SIC. And that the item as it relates to the council endorse option 3, that actually was defeated when it came to council. It was passed 5-3 at standing committee. But that's not the intent to which I wish to speak to, and that is this has been an item that I admittedly have to say has surprised me. This will be my 8th and perhaps final year at the table, and
You got this. It's okay.
this is my 8th and final year. And in the time that I've had the pleasure of serving this community, I've had the unfortunate task of making some very difficult decisions. Some decisions that I stand by and am proud of my record as it relates to our recreation facilities. It's tough to go home and tell your kids that you voted against an arena that, quite frankly, of the members of the council of the day, I was the only one that had kids that would actually benefit to use that arena. At the same time, this term, we had the difficult task, and I'm glad that this council moved forward. It was not unanimous, but I think that we made the right decision as it relates to the ICBL. And yet, to this day, I have 2 friends who have yet to speak to me specifically about that issue. This issue, though, surprised me in the sense that I was adamant in my support, and I don't retract that because I believe that as an elected official, we are elected to put forward our best position, to represent based on the facts and the information that we have at hand. And I truly believe, as the Council BIA representative, I'm not reading this, by the way, I'm just looking down, I was making the right decision. But I was surprised at the veracity of response, and in fact, some of the personal communication that I received from certain members of this community. I've never been questioned in the 25 years that I've lived here whether I'm from Collingwood. I've never been questioned about my values, whether I understand this community, my love for the community, and yet some of the correspondence received was unsettling. Now, in the grand scheme of things, the correspondence that I received was irrelevant or pales in comparison to some of the correspondence that probably some of our elected officials receive when it comes to things like race relations, sexual orientation, the environment, etc. But it was unsettling. And I can attest, and I know that certain people know this, that I have been very much on the fence as to what to do moving forward in terms of a nomination. And I will say that this truly put me on my heels and has made me aware of the next steps as it relates to where I want to be at this table. To those who I offended in terms of the stance I took, I apologize. I think that I have done everything from a position of heart and clarity and open and transparent, a position of open and transparency. And I hope that for the few individuals who took direct aim for whatever reason, and these are people I know. These aren't people that I just, picked my email address off of the website. These are people I've known for a long time. And to question my loyalty to this community, whether or not I'm from here or not, is irrelevant. There are currently 8 of us around this table. 9 soon. There'll be 9 for the next term. And I think that on any given night, we show up here and we genuinely try to do the best for this community. So with that said, and on a positive note, and I apologize for the breakdown tonight, the BIA has worked hard on an initiative. The community has spoken. But the good news is we still have a check to deal with from the federal government. And it is a significant amount of money. So I would respectfully like to request of my colleagues that we refer this matter in its entirety to our staff to collaboratively work with the BIA, and that we allow our staff and the BIA to ascertain whether or not they should be speaking with others to come up with some conceptual concepts as it relates to how best we still can maximize and utilize the federal money that was part of this grant to better our community. And that they come back with some possible recommendations, possible next steps, so that we as a community can move forward with a project that we're proud of. So, whether you want a black arch, a blue arch, a burgundy arch, or a gray arch, I don't care. What I do want is the opportunity for our staff to work with the BIA to collaboratively come back with something that will be reflective of Collingwood, that people can be proud of, and that we can take advantage of the grant that has been allocated. So with that, Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod, and again, I offer my apologies. I did not intend to break down. I would ask for this matter in its entirety be referred to staff.
Thank you. Does the acting mayor have a seconder for this motion? Yes, we can have clarification first, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod. My question of clarification would be, if we're returning it to staff in its entirety, that we could also consider some of the options provided in the written responses to the survey. It's not restricted to, okay. That would be great. I'm pleased to second. Thank you.
Thank you. So it is moved by Acting Mayor Hull and seconded by Councillor Jeffrey that the matter is referred back to staff to collaboratively work with staff at the BIA and with Town of Collingwood staff on how best to maximize the grant funding associated with this project. That wording is acceptable to you? Acceptable to you. Questions or comments from members of council? Seeing none, I will call the question. And that passes unanimously. And I will pass the gavel back to Acting Mayor Hull, and I will thank you for your passion.
Thank you, and I do apologize. I did not intend to break down or go in that direction. So
we'll welcome back.
Yes, if we could ask Councillor Madigan to come back, that would be appreciated.
Too many times over the years.
If I could just provide a bit of levity, I shared this with a couple. I think I've shared this with the CAO and the clerk, and that is, if there's one good news that I can take. So I'm not born from Collingwood. My boys were. I married a local girl. Her family's 5 generations. Okay, I've served on council a couple of times, and I'm still not called a local. I'll get over it. But that said, I'm proud. I came up with this. I think this trivia question is probably accurate, and that is that I served from 2010 to 14 as a councillor. I was elected as your deputy mayor in 2018 and potentially will become your mayor for the balance of the term at some point, possibly.
No, that's decided.
Oh, is it? Okay. So with that said, based on tonight's performance, you might. The trivia question is, who is the only person in the town of Collingwood who, and the key word is serve, who has been elected your councillor, your deputy mayor? The trivia question is, who has served as your councillor, deputy mayor, and mayor, but never re-elected to any one of those positions? Maybe I'm careful what I ask for, so because based on tonight, I may never have that chance. So anyway, 15, county report. Would you be kind enough to?
Sure can, after
Okay.
we deal with 14.1.2.
Oh, yes.
Clerk
Okay, now
Collins.
I've really, yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship and your acting deputy worship. So this is going to be brief. There has been some questions just about the process of moving in camera and how we do it, what's in our procedural bylaw expectations through the Ombudsman's office and who is also our closed meeting investigator. So I'm just going to give a brief review. I also had the opportunity during one of our conversations with our municipal legal counsel to ask the same question and receive their feedback. So I will share that this evening as well. So the Open Meeting Guide provides, the Municipal Act recognizes that there may be situations in which the privacy of an individual should be respected, or where open meetings should not serve the public interest or the interests of the or where open meetings would not serve the public interest or the interests of the municipality. If a subject fits within one of the exceptions, it can be discussed in a closed meeting, provided that the municipality follows all the procedural rules, including giving notice of the meeting, passing a resolution to close the meeting, and keeping closed session minutes. During the closed session meeting, the discussion needs to stay on topic and shall be limited to the subject area stated in that resolution. So the procedural bylaw provides for the following. Every municipality and local board is required to pass a procedure bylaw governing the calling, place, and proceedings of meetings. The procedure bylaw must also provide for the public notice of meetings. This should set out the method for giving notice and how far in advance a notice will be given. For example, our bylaw provides that notice of a regular meeting shall be provided 4 days in advance of the meeting date. When a municipality decides to close a meeting or part of a meeting, it has to comply not only with the requirements of the Municipal Act, but also those additional requirements that are set out within our own procedure bylaw. So within our bylaw, the meetings of council, committees, and local boards or portions thereof may be held in camera in accordance with the Municipal Act. The clerk, myself, in conjunction with the CAO or chair, will place the in-camera session on the agenda if required prior to the meeting. The procedure bylaw further provides that in-camera sessions requested by members of council shall be vetted through the clerk in advance of the meeting to ensure that it meets the in-camera exemption requirements under the Municipal Act. Addendums to the in-camera agenda must not be added any later than 24 hours in advance of the meeting. I should say earlier, so within that, between 24 hours and the time of the meeting, an addendum can't be issued. And again, this was a discussion that came from past experience and also further transparency components within the, that we've taken as part of the JI recommendations. In-camera meetings may also be held by special meeting as determined appropriate by the clerk in consultation with the chair and the CAO. If there's an anticipation that there could be need for an in-camera discussion based on the items listed on the public agenda, the clerk also can provide notice on the agenda of the possibility for moving into a closed session and the anticipated reasons to ensure proper notice is being provided. Examples of this would typically be for personnel matters during budget discussions or when considering organizational review recommendations that may affect staff, or budget implications during that discussion where there could be implications on acquisition or disposition of lands. The Ombudsman Ontario, the Open Meeting Guide, the municipality, local board, or committee must state by resolution in open session that a closed meeting will be held and state the general nature of each matter to be considered at that closed meeting. The resolution authorizing a closed meeting must be made in advance and cannot be retroactively amended, and should provide a general description of the issue to be discussed in a way that maximizes the information available to the public while not undermining the reason for excluding the public. However, as a best practice, the relevant exceptions should always be indicated in the resolution in addition to the subject for discussion. It is the Ombudsman's view that where possible, advance notice should include information about all open and closed portions of a meeting and meaningful information about items considered. The Ombudsman discourages the practice of having standing closed meetings and those resolutions included therein on our agendas. And again, that was actually reiterated through my discussion with our solicitor, that it shouldn't be a precedent to have an ongoing item on the council agenda. It should be the exception rather than the rule to move into a closed meeting. And again, the Municipal Act provides 14 exceptions under Section 239 of the Act. On the matter specific to going in camera. There's also been a detailed reports on just because a matter is confidential doesn't mean it meets a provision of the closed meeting exemption rules. So that's why it has to be considered quite judiciously before implemented. Further conversation that I had with our solicitor that I will also share was it's hard to make decisions, obviously, on the fly. So if there is during a meeting, council can technically waive its procedure bylaw with your 2/3 vote to put an item on the floor. However, as noted earlier, that the Ombudsman's office nor our solicitors support that. It doesn't give staff nor council the opportunity to accurately reflect whether that item actually meets the intent, and it could lead to conversation that goes beyond the rules for the in-camera provision. It's also if it's included as a standing item, and there's not one municipality that I have noticed or was to our solicitor's attention that had a standing in-camera item motion included on that agenda, and again, that being against the spirit of the Municipal Act. And the last component that I will make is that there was a discussion amongst, with our solicitor as well as our integrity commissioner about the disruptive nature of moving to a closed session, particularly now that we're back in person, and if we have people in the audience without an expectation that there is in-camera meeting occurring that could last longer than an hour or two while the public is waiting for council to reconvene. And at any time that council is not comfortable with making a decision at the table, it's important to request a deferral for that special meeting until either the next regular agenda, or if it is an urgent matter, there's no reason why we can't hold a special meeting of council. Number one, if the mayor concurs, or if there is a petition from a majority of the members of council present that you would like to have a special meeting to talk about an item that would meet an in-camera rule. I think those are the key points.
Okay, thank you. Good?
I think our CEO has a comment.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just very briefly, there was also a question that I think I'm not sure I heard the answer to, which was if a member in general would like an in-camera agenda item, or for that matter, a regular agenda item at a regular meeting. I think there was a question about what the procedure is for that, if it would be okay to ask the clerk to answer that question as well.
Certainly, I think I briefly touched on that, but any member of council can request that an item go on to a regular meeting agenda. Obviously, the preference is to make sure that it happens before we publish the agenda if possible. So then we don't have to spend staff time to issue an addendum, but addendums can be issued if they've been appropriately vetted and it's within that 24, if it's longer than the 24 hours that's required for an addendum for the agenda item. Again, unless you want to waive the procedure rules whenever you're at the table, it could happen, but it's appropriate to be reviewed in advance where possible. But any member can make the request. It doesn't require a petition of members of council to have an item added to the public agenda or an in-camera agenda.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So through to the clerk and the CAO. So thank you for that response. My reason for the question at the time was that a member of council had been refused an opportunity to add an in-camera agenda item. And I wanted to clarify for myself that any member of council, following the rules as the clerk has outlined them, does have the right to add that to an in-camera. And my other concern that was just addressed as well, and maybe not in our training or orientation, I had no recollection of it for quite some time, but it was frustrating to me if something came up that I couldn't make a comment on because it was clearly outside of something we should be talking about in the public realm. How do I get it in camera and I'm being forced to vote on items with which I don't have answers to my questions? So the answer to that this evening, which I appreciate very much, is that any one of us finds ourselves in that situation, we should be asking for the deferral and for the in-camera session to answer those questions and giving the clerk the opportunity to clarify that they are actually in-camera questions. So I really appreciate the clarifications, and I think, albeit almost near the end of this term, it will serve us much better going forward, having everybody understand the rules of engagement, and they're much clearer now. So thank you for that.
Okay. I appreciate you asking the question, I guess, a couple of weeks ago. And Clerk Almas, thank you for the detailed overview this evening. And just before we move on, is there anyone else around the table that maybe has a question of clarity? Okay. I think I'm back on track now, so I had missed this one. We've moved forward 14.2.1, which was our library presentation. So we'll now move on to the county report, and I'm going to ask.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, I was wondering, I do have two items I wanted to raise under other business, if this would be an appropriate time.
Absolutely. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. The first one has to do with the continued road closure in front of the Monaco development at here Ontario and Hume Street. I've been asked a few times now by different residents when that roadway would be open. Certainly at the beginning of the project, there was a lot of activity going on that needed extra room. And I'm just wondering if, I believe it would be Director Slama could perhaps advise us when we can expect that roadway could be reopened. Thank you.
Perfect. Please, Director Slama, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Hall. Yes, so for the Monaco development, there was a hoarding and encroachment agreement that was entered into with the developer because there was many unique things that needed to be accommodated for on that site, including the crane and some supports for wall anchors for the foundation and things like that. So they have completed a majority of the work that does require that encroachment into the right-of-way along here Ontario Street. I did ask our development engineer to look into it today, and the indication is they are very close to completing what needs to be done in that boulevard area, and there will be an opportunity for some space between the barriers and the new curb to be opened up while they complete what they need to do on their boulevard area, which is install some pavers. It will likely be the end of June. So I think, we'll encourage them to keep on their timelines as best as they can for the work that they need to do within the right-of-way in particular, so that we can get this temporary walkway reestablished while they finish up their boulevard. And then hopefully soon we'll even see that boulevard and sidewalk work completed and everything opened up. So there is some cuts in the asphalt and things like that in the right-of-way section. So they need to repair that as well so that it really is passable for some of the wheeled pedestrians that we might have in the community.
Okay, thank you for that. My second question through you, Acting Mayor Hall, is for our clerk. And this question is just a question of status. Some time ago, Council had asked staff to I believe a consultant was being hired to report back on remuneration for council for the next term. And we haven't seen that report yet. And I was just wondering if we could get an update as to when that could be expected. Thank you.
Clerk Holmes.
Certainly. Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Hamlin. To address that question, we did have conversations with our HR manager, Melissa McQuaig, and our executive director, Amanda Pegg, back in February. During her absence, as I'd taken on additional responsibilities with the grain terminals. Unfortunately, this was one of the projects that was a little bit lower on the list. We are still anticipating a response back to this council prior to the August 19th timeline. So we'll have to figure how that will be concluded. I can confirm that a consultant will not be retained until mid-June. And the timeline expected, as this dive is a little bit different than the research that the Gallagher compensation review undertook. So it's not just based on comparables. This is based on council experience. Even though Collingwood is a smaller in our population size, we do function as a high functioning municipality. So we need to look at different layers. So there will be a public input component of it. And our timeline expected back is for maximum 6 weeks. We do have a couple meetings in August. So that right now is what our target is going to be before that deadline. If we're able to get a response back actually sooner, we could add it to a regular meeting agenda. It wouldn't hit a standing committee, but we could include a component of it that did have a public and open unregistered public delegation section, as we've done for some of the planning items that were of more of an urgent nature. And again, I can appreciate the concern for this, as it could impact individuals' interest in filing a nomination for this year's municipal election. And again, that election deadline is that August 19th, as noted.
Yeah, thank you so much for that update. I appreciate that. And I do think it could weigh on some people's minds as to whether to put their name forward. So anything that could be done to have that brought forward, I think would be wonderful. Thanks so much.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Hamlin. I think I had jumped the gun, so I've got 2 cards. Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just over the past Victoria Day weekend, I had a number of residents reach out to me or comment that they were deeply concerned about the fireworks that were ongoing, where they were ongoing, the hours that they were ongoing, and the days that they were ongoing. And the clerk will correct me, but to the best of my knowledge and checking with our bylaw, that fireworks on private property are only permitted from dusk until 11 on Victoria Day only, the day only, and Canada Day only. So not the night before, not 2 nights before that, not 3 nights before that, and not a day after that. Have I got that right?
Correct. Fireworks are only allowed on Victoria Day, Canada Day, and New Year's Eve, and 3 days before. Sorry, not New Year's. I think this is an older one. Yeah. I'd have to, sorry, I'm not going to actually put my word to this, so I reserve the right to give the factual information at the next meeting, but I know the time limit is 11 p.m.
Great, thank you. And those same folks asked about the notion of silent fireworks, and this is more municipally sponsored, and also drone fireworks, which are becoming a thing. Now, I certainly won't blindside staff by bringing that up this evening and requesting a report, but I will do a little bit of homework on the side and come back in coming weeks with some thoughts and a potential motion at that time.
Thank you. I just, valid points, and it is an ongoing concern, and I know that Councillor Berman, and with the support of Council, had brought forward your motion earlier this term to help tighten up that timeline as it relates to the hours and the holidays in question, that they could be used within the town boundaries. And certainly you do hear references from time to time from residents who, convey, well, why isn't it that Canada or North America can adopt silent fireworks that are becoming more and more common within Europe in particular? So they are valid points for sure. So, yes. Oh, you've pulled up the information? Okay.
I do have the bylaw in front of
Perfect.
me, and Councillor Doherty is absolutely correct. It is specific to the days. It's the sale of fireworks that provides some time preceding those holidays that it's allowed, but they are only permitted on Victoria Day or Canada Day from dusk till 11 p.m. So thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hull. I was remiss during our community announcements. I had another announcement that I would like to make, and that is about what's taking place on Thursday evening at Millennium Park at 9:45. Many of us are aware that it is the Queen's Jubilee year, and on June the 2nd, around the world, there are going to be fires lit, and they're called, oh, drat, I knew it 2 seconds ago. Anyway, it is in honor of the Queen's Diamond Jubilee, and there'll be fires lit in each time zone in every Commonwealth country around the world, and ours in Collingwood is at 8:45 on Thursday night, and there will be singers and bagpipers and a large fire. This will be reminiscent of the one that we had in the fall of 2018 in honor of the 100th anniversary of the armistice. And so if those of us who remember that, it will be warmer on Thursday night. I pretty much guarantee that. I can't guarantee it will hold off rain-wise. And our fire chief and the Bangorem Highlanders will be there. And I would suggest that you walk or ride your bike, take active transportation to get there. But I think it will be quite a sight. So that is at 8:45. They'll be lighting it at Millennium Park in behind the terminals. Thank you. I apologize for having missed that earlier in the meeting.
Perfect. Okay.
Deputy Mayor Hall?
Please,
Acting Mayor Hall, sorry. I just wanted to say, you didn't see, but Dean Culver was going to respond on the fireworks issue, and I know he has something to say about drones. So I just didn't want to let him lose the opportunity. Thank you.
Director Culver?
Thank you, Acting Mayor, and thank Councillor Hamblin for picking up on my hand waving. I apologies. I just wanted to remind Council that we have actually reported at least once, and I think actually there might have been another time on silent fireworks and drones. And just for the interest of whatever notice of motion or motioning might be considered. Our research has shown that silent fireworks are likely not a solution in our environment, simply because of our proximity to audiences and the way that we have to conduct fireworks in our geography. They're not actually silent per se. The other thing that our reporting mentioned when we did last report on it, that we are actually pursuing drones. They are significantly more expensive than our conventional pyrotechnic fireworks, which we're planning for this Canada Day. However, we are currently seeking grant funding to hopefully help support a trial of a drone light show where we might be able to understand it better and then potentially work towards it in future budgets. So I just wanted to remind council of that reporting that had happened in the past.
Perfect. Thank you, Director Culver. So if I may, I'm going to go to item 15 on the agenda, which is the county report, and I'm going to look to my left to Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod. I think there was maybe one item that we'd like to talk to.
There certainly was. So at the County Council meeting, which took place on the 24th of May, it is not every day that I get to raise my hand to spend $21 million, but that is what we did. It is the item in particular is connected to the Canada-wide Early Learning and Child Care Program. This, of course, is the billions upon billions of dollars that is being made to be sure that our children receive early daycare prior to junior kindergarten beginning. And Simcoe County's share of the Ontario deal that has just recently been made is 21 million and many other numbers. But the high level number is $21 million. And just to bring some context to that, I was in contact with the manager who looks after licensed daycare spaces within Simcoe County. There are 9,075 of them in Simcoe County. However, at this point, 2,200 of them are empty because we can't get staff to take them. So that is a huge concern at the county currently. It's all well and good to have the funding available for parents who can find daycare, licensed daycare spaces who can take advantage of this reduction in their fees, but it's entirely another matter if they cannot find them. And so there are provisions within the bill within the deal to boost the pay of early childhood workers at licensed daycares in the hope of being able to compete with early childhood educators who work within the school system, but it is definitely a challenge. And so that was the update that we received. However, the big number is the 21 million that is coming into Simcoe County to relieve the burden on parents in some of those 7,000 licensed spaces. So we wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions around the table specific to county matters? Okay, thank you. Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod. Moving along to item 16, it's our consent agenda. We have 7 items on the agenda tonight. I'm going to read through them, put them on the table. I will look for a mover and seconder. I just want the mover and seconder to know that as it relates to 7, we have a motion, and therefore you would be moving and seconding that particular motion as part of receiving the 7 items. And then we will, yes.
I was just curious as to why there wasn't a motion under 16.5. It seemed to read that the overfly that we would be supplying that. I was just curious as to why staff had not, were staff suggesting we shouldn't be approving it, or was it just an oversight?
So I can answer that.
Okay.
And that is one of the very few. So I got a parking space outside. I got a son who got a driver's license. Now I got a chauffeur. And one of the few cool things I got to do in the last 2 weeks was I actually got to sign the authorization on behalf of the town to allow for this flyover. Now, had I said no, I mean, anyway, so it has been done.
So now I understand.
Fair enough. So if I may, I'm just going to table the following. So the council herein receive the consent agenda and the motions identified below be approved. And further, that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are that of the authors and not verified or approved as being correct. 16.1 was the proclamation for VON week, which was May 22 to the 28th of 2022. And the clock tower was illuminated in blue, and that is for the Victoria Order of Nurses. 16.2 is the proclamation for World Elder Abuse Day awareness. Elder Abuse Awareness Day, which will be the 15th of June, 2022. Clock Tower will be illuminated in purple. There'll be a flag raising on that particular day at 3:30 out front of our library. 16.3 is the proclamation, the longest day of smiles, June 19th, 2022. 16.4, various residents, water access locations. There are 4. Christina Smith of Lakeview Water Access, Julie Davis of Lakeview Water Access, Cecile DeBreton of Lakeview Water Access, and Lynette McMaster Water Access Locations. And I also, if I just may deviate, there were a number of other individuals and correspondence that came in, including a petition that was forwarded to the Clerk's Department. 16.5 was the Department of National Defense, a request to overfly for the 2022 Canadian Forces Day and Air Show, and that's the 18th and 19th. That's the Father's Day weekend. 16.6 is the correspondence from Live, Work, Learn, Play, and it's the Notice of Public Meeting. That is tomorrow at the Legion. There are 2 sessions. And this is in regards to the item out on the Poplar Wellness Development. And 16.7 is the City of Cambridge free transportation on election days, and then the following has been drafted. Whereas accessibility of voting is essential to the proper functioning of democratic process, and whereas many residents struggle to access transportation to polling stations on election days due to a lack of transportation available, physical mobility or accessibility issues, and/or socioeconomic status, and whereas any initiative to boost attention and incentives to vote on election days warrants attention and exploration in order to assist the democratic process and increase voter turnout, therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Town of Collingwood waive all fees for municipal public transportation in the Town of Collingwood on election day for the municipal and school board election, as well as the provincial, the federal election days, so as to generate more attention about elections and polling station locations, and to encourage and make it possible for more residents to vote that would otherwise be able to access their polling stations. And that came to us through the City of Cambridge. So those are the 7 items, and I'm just going to look first to have a mover and seconder, and we'll receive, and then if there are any items that would like to be pulled for further. So I've got Councillor Madigan as my first and Councillor Doherty as second. And I'll call the question to receive. Those in the affirmative? And that's unanimous. Are there any items to be pulled for discussion purposes? Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a quick question on the availability of public transportation for elections. In this case of this provincial election, I believe they were unable to find a space within the Town of Collingwood, and all the voting ahead was done at the G&E Fairgrounds. Would we consider providing one of our buses for specific times at an alternate location if one's not available in Collingwood, so all our Collingwood residents also have the ability to vote? Or that could go in for consideration for future.
Sure, okay. I'm going to look to our CAO if she has an initial comment, or if we'd take it away tonight.
Thank you. I think we'd like to, through you, Chair, to Councillor Jeffrey, I think we could like to take that away. Certainly the intention was that people could, for no charge, find a way to vote. So if there's a special situation, such as they need to get to the fairgrounds where we don't normally have a route, that'd be something we would look into.
Okay, thank you. Were there any other items? Seeing none then, we will move on to item 17, that's notice of motion. I wasn't provided with anything in advance. Does anyone have something to table tonight? 18 is the confirmatory bylaw. The bylaw number 2022-50 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held May 30th, 2022, be enacted and passed this 30th day of May 2022. A mover and seconder. Councillor Madigan, Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod, and those in the affirmative. And that's unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey, just before I look down the table to you for an adjournment, to those watching at home and to those with us tonight, I just want to apologize for what transpired earlier tonight. It came from a place of sincerity, but emotion got the better of me. And I apologize for the lack of professionalism. And we'll see you next meeting. Councillor Jeffrey, please take us away. All those in favor, we're out of here. Thank you.